Issues in work by the Space Shuttle launch team. The external tank continues to be cleared for a tanking operation this morning. Also, evaluation of the main engines overnight has cleared them for flight. And the solid rocket boosters have just completed a checkout, and they are go for launch today as well. We expect to begin tanking in about another half hour at approximately 4:45. Our weather forecast for today is quite good, with only a 20% chance of not meeting our launch weather criteria. At launch time, the temperature will be near 82 degrees with a relative humidity of 79% and east-northeasterly winds at 11 to 16 knots. The primary concern will be for a chance of rain showers within the vicinity of the launch pad or the shuttle landing facility. However, any thunderstorms that develop inland are expected to move to the south and southwest, and the anvil tops are not expected to be blowing off in the direction of Kennedy Space Center, so we do not expect to have an anvil cloud concern this afternoon. Should we postpone for 24 hours, the probability of launch weather criteria violation goes up to 60% due to an approaching upper-level low pressure system, which will bring increasing clouds and thunderstorms on Wednesday. For launch today, we expect to have mostly scattered clouds at 3,000 and 25,000 feet, going occasionally broken at 3,000 depending on the vicinity of rain showers, and we'll have a visibility of 7 to 10 miles.
The launch of NASA's Space Shuttle Discovery and our 7-member crew today will mark the second mission in the return to flight sequence. The mission, as we call it, STS-121, will test shuttle safety improvements to build on the findings from Discovery's flight last year. The improvements include a redesign of the shuttle external tank's foam insulation, in-flight inspection of the shuttle's heat shield, and improved imagery during launch and the ability to launch a shuttle rescue mission if required. This mission, STS-121, will bolster the International Space Station, making key repairs and delivering more than 28,000 pounds of equipment and supplies, as well as a third crew member. We plan 2 spacewalks and are hopeful for a third spacewalk if we are successful in getting an extension day while we are actually docked to the International Space Station. They include our commander, Steve Lindsey, and our pilot, Mark Kelly. Mission specialists are Piers Sellers, Mike Fossum, Lisa Nowak, Stephanie Wilson, and rounding out the crew is Tomas Reiter, who will actually end up staying on the International Space Station, bringing its complement of astronauts that are in orbit full-time to 3. In fact, we'll be looking at these astronauts as they are preparing to board the space shuttle. We expect that at about 9 o'clock this morning to have live TV of the 7 crew members as they are seated for a snack prior to heading out to the launch pad. They've been awake since earlier this morning. Already had breakfast, but that breakfast occurred at about 4:35, and so from that time to now, they're going to have a little snack, and we'll actually see them as they're seated at the table for that. This is a standard photo op that we have been doing for 25 years, and we will continue that today. And then coming up, shortly after they are seated for that snack, they have a weather briefing that's been planned for them on today's weather activities, and then they'll be heading out over to their suit-up room for the donning of their flight equipment, and then heading out to the launch pad with departure for the pad scheduled at about 10:48 this morning. Speaking of the weather, weather forecasters are giving us much better chances of being able to launch today than we had last Saturday and Sunday on our first two attempts. We do have some showers that are off the coast that are drifting toward us, but they seem to be dissipating as they arrive in the area, so we are extremely hopeful that that will be the continued trend this morning and this afternoon as we approach our launch window. Our earlier forecasts and percentages yesterday were at 40% no-go, but today when we came in this morning and the weather forecasters actually improved that. So as of right now, the forecasters have been indicating that we've only got a 20% chance of violating our launch constraints. However, as we know, we will be looking at that real time. We will actually move away from the percentage calls and go into a flat go or no-go call as we get closer to our window opening this afternoon. Again, everything continues to run on schedule as we count down toward our targeted liftoff time at about 2:38 p.m. There is one technical issue that the launch team is currently looking at. This is something that just arose over the past few minutes, and it appears to be a situation with the circuit breakers that control all the heaters on the shuttle's booster joints. Apparently we lost our backup capability, and we would like to have full redundancy for that capability. The system is functional at this time and we could fly as is. However, to maintain a full redundancy, we're looking at sending a team out to the launch pad, to the mobile launcher platform where this circuit breaker panel is, and replacing that circuit breaker. So we'll be pulling a team together shortly and preparing them and prepping them on what exactly needs to be done to replace this 100 amp circuit breaker that controls and commands all of our primary heaters on both of our solid rocket boosters, the segment joints on both of the boosters. So that will be something that we'll be tracking over the next little while as the team is pulled together. This is something that has been practiced and planned for. The so-called red crew that we will be sending out will be minimal, just 2, perhaps 3 individuals that go out and do this work. They go out, get access to that specific panel in the mobile launcher platform, replace that circuit breaker, and then immediately leave the area. Again, we are fully functional and we could fly as is. However, there is the high desire, since we have the additional time in the schedule right now, that we found this so early, that we would like to have that particular 100 amp circuit breaker replaced. Other than that, everything's going quite well this morning. We began tanking on time at 4:23 a.m. The tanking operations to load the external tank with over 500,000 gallons of liquid propellants that are used by the shuttle's 3 main engines lasted about 3 hours, finishing up at about 7:28 this morning. Again, coming up next on NASA TV is our 7 astronauts as they're seated for their traditional meal prior to launch. That should be happening in about 20 minutes. With 2 hours, 4 minutes remaining in our scheduled built-in hold at T-minus 3 hours and holding, this is Shuttle Launch Control. This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 3 hours and holding, with about an hour and 42 minutes remaining in our scheduled built-in hold today. Standing by for the astronauts as they're seated for their final snack before going to the suit-up room and getting ready to walk out to the launch pad. That should be coming up momentarily now. And here they are. All of our astronauts are awake. They've been awake for several hours now, looking forward to their third launch attempt here in 4 days, but this day is the best of the 3 that we've seen so far. Our weather forecasters are indicating very favorable weather conditions for today, with the slight chance that we could have some showers in the area, but that's typical for this time of year in Florida. Piers Sellers, Mike Fossum, sitting there with Mark Kelly, Commander Steve Lindsey, Lisa Nowak, Stephanie Wilson, and of course rounding out the entire crew is our ESA astronaut Thomas Reiter, who will be actually remaining on the space station for the next several months. These astronauts are preparing for some actual shuttle calisthenics, some space calisthenics as they near the station. The shuttle's going to actually be doing some back flips as they approach the station. And then we also have 2, perhaps as many as 3 spacewalks planned on this flight. The astronauts now will be heading over to their suit-up room, where they will be donning their flight equipment, which is they're basically their orange suits that they wear before they actually enter the vehicle, but they wear them for launch and for landing. We expect to have live TV of that activity coming up in about an hour and a half or so. In the meantime, they're going to be receiving their own weather briefing to give them a full understanding on where we stand today. Also, there'll be a full briefing on any technical issues that are being addressed at this time on the vehicle. Certainly nothing is being addressed at this time that would keep us from launching on time at about 2:38 p.m. this afternoon. The exact time of launch will be determined at about 90 minutes before liftoff, but our best estimate at this point is that launch will be at 2:37 and 55 seconds. So we're rounding that up, calling it 2:38. The actual window opens at about 2:33 p.m. and extends for 10 minutes. However, instead of launching at the opening of this window, mission managers target the most optimum launch time, and that will be at about 2:38. Again, this mission is the 32nd flight of the Space Shuttle Discovery. All 7 members of the flight crew are awake and currently seated for their snack. And following this, they'll be given a briefing on today's launch time weather, and then start putting on their flight equipment. At the launch pad, within the past hour or so, the launch team, with the assistance of the astronaut support personnel and the orbiter's crew module, have completed the pre-ingress switch list that's used to verify that the shuttle's cockpit switches are all in their proper position and configuration for the flight crew's arrival. The cabin air temperature has been adjusted to comfortable levels, and the ice and debris team, what we call now the final inspection team, is currently on the pad, making their way down the pad structure, looking at any concerns that they might find on all the shuttle components, ensuring that they are ready to fly. They're making inspections of the external tank. They're measuring the external tank temperatures, the temperatures of the vehicle as well, and they're looking for any specific abnormal buildups of ice on the tank. With regard to the issue that we had yesterday, the piece of foam that fell off on a bracket that holds the LOX feed line to the external tank, the management team met for several hours yesterday and all came to the conclusion that this is a situation that we can certainly fly without having any expectation that any more pieces of foam in that area could break away, and certainly that any ice that might form in that area would not be a hazard to the vehicle itself. So that has been dispositioned, and we're prepared to launch today at 2:38 p.m. Our launch today is the 32nd flight of Discovery, the 115th shuttle flight overall. Discovery will be placed into a orbit that's 122 miles high and at an inclination of 51.6 degrees to the equator. This mission is expected to last 12 or 13 days, landing back here at Kennedy Space Center on July the 16th at about 8:52 a.m. Eastern Time. At T-minus 3 hours and holding, this is shuttle launch control. This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 3 hours and holding, with about 1 hour and 4 minutes remaining in our scheduled built-in hold today. Currently at the launch pad, the final inspection team is making progress in their final survey of the pad and the various shuttle components. They are currently standing on the mobile launcher platform level at the base of the shuttle, and where the boosters are actually bolted to the pad surface, to the mobile launcher platform surface. They are conducting a final survey of any abnormal ice buildups on the external tank, and looking for any foreign object debris or FOD that we might have that could actually damage the vehicle at ignition and during flight. But so far everything looks right in order and in line, and no issues have been raised that would have caused us any concern for launch today. So the final inspection team normally spends about 2 hours at the pad, going to most of the levels to check for these temperatures and signs of potential debris. And then once they're done, they'll come back to the firing room and report directly to the mission management team and to our launch director, Mike Leinbach. So again, the final inspection team will be wrapping up their survey here in the next little while and heading off the pad surface. This will be in prior to the astronauts, who have been awake since earlier this morning, prior to their going out to the launch pad. There has been some additional discussion on the problem with the circuit breaker that controls all the heaters on the booster joints, on both booster joints, or both boosters and all the joints. We had lost backup capability. However, we have a fully functional heater system, and we will actually fly that system as is. There was some discussion that perhaps we would send some personnel out to the launch pad, a red crew, but the latest discussions are now that we will not be doing that. It's been determined that we really don't need to send those personnel to the pad, since we have a fully functional system, and also since our temperatures are at the launch pad and at the booster joint heaters are nowhere near violating our temperature constraints. So we will not be sending any personnel out to the launch pad to conduct any extra work. We have discussed it. The engineering community is very comfortable. The launch director has indicated that he is certainly very comfortable with their decision that we will now not be needing to send any extra personnel out to the mobile launcher platform to start working on replacing any circuit breakers. So that's been dispositioned. We're fine to fly with these booster heaters in their working condition, just without that backup capability. And the reason is we're not going to need the booster heaters today. It's hot enough outside. So with that being dispositioned, there are no other technical issues being worked or addressed at this time. We are in very good shape as far as the vehicle, the shuttle Discovery goes. Also, weather forecasters are continuing to be very optimistic with our forecast today. We are seeing a few showers offshore that are gradually drifting onshore, but they are dissipating as they get closer to us. So we're very hopeful that the showers will continue in that same pattern as we approach our launch window at 2:38 p.m. this afternoon. Our next live TV event will be of the astronauts as they are being suited up in their launch suits, and we expect that to be coming up in the next half hour to 45 minutes from their crew quarters. Meanwhile, we're looking at a beautiful day. This camera view from the top of the vehicle assembly building, looking at launch pad 39B with Discovery on its seaside launch pad. Again, no technical issues are being discussed by the launch team. Just standing by for the crew's arrival. The closeout crew is currently at the white room. They're configuring the cockpit switches, making sure that everything is prepared for the astronauts. And the final inspection team is on the mobile launcher platform, making their final inspections and determinations and readying their report back to the firing room and the mission management team. With about 59 minutes remaining in our scheduled built-in hold, we are at T-minus 3 hours and holding. This is shuttle launch control. This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 3 hours and holding. And the final inspection team has just informed the firing room that they are ready to depart the pad. And they have finished up their activities of doing inspections of the shuttle, looking for any potential debris that could cause problems to the vehicle during liftoff, looking for any abnormalities in the ice or frost on the external tank due to the super cold cryogenic propellants in the tank. They have reported back that they have not seen anything that would keep us from launching today, and their 2-hour job at the pad is complete. So they'll be heading back in the next few minutes, and that clears the way for the astronauts to continue with their suiting activities and to make their preparations to head out to the pad. Coming up in just about an hour or so. So the astronauts will leave for the pad in about 10:50 a.m. Eastern time, and then they will be climbing aboard the shuttle at about beginning at about 11:18 this morning. As mentioned earlier, there are no issues being discussed that would prohibit an on-time launch today. As far as technical concerns, we are addressing no significant issues at this time. The earlier issue with the solid rocket booster heater redundancy has been addressed and dispositioned, and we are perfectly fine to fly with the backup capability as is and do not require any additional work in that area, which is good news. That cleared the way for having to send a special group of personnel out to the pad. They will not be doing that at this point. So once the final inspection team leaves the pad, then the only folks that are left at the pad at this time are the ones in the closeout room, the ones in Discovery itself preparing the flight deck and the mid deck for the astronauts to be arriving here the next hour and a half or so. Weather conditions at this time are very favorable. The observed conditions are green on all fronts. Even though we have some showers offshore, they are far enough offshore where they will not be a problem for us if we were to be launching right now. We will, however, be watching those showers as they continue to progress toward us. But the thought is that with the sea breezes as strong as they are, and with the temperatures where they are, that the showers will actually dissipate the closer they get to shore. So from a launch weather perspective, we are green on all fronts. From a landing weather perspective, where we actually have to plan for the possibility of a return to launch site abort, we are reaching our maximum allowable winds at the shuttle landing facility for crosswind constraints. We will be addressing that over the next several hours. We have a shuttle training aircraft that will be flying and doing touch and goes from the runway. We have an astronaut, Mike Bloomfield, who would actually be piloting that shuttle training aircraft. And that will be something that will be part of his job in that aircraft as we come to the final hours of the count to make real-time assessments on what crosswinds are like. Plus we have our wind gauges at the shuttle landing facility that can give us a very accurate wind direction and wind speed. There's a little bit of leeway in our constraints for crosswinds, and a number of factors are taken into consideration. And so even though we're approaching that limit right now, we're fairly confident that we will not exceed that limit and that we can continue with our launch activities today. And we have a view of the final inspection team in their orange protective suits, their fire protection suits, as they're preparing to depart the pad. Earlier we saw some good panoramic views of the firing room 4, which is the first use of firing room 4 for this Space Shuttle launch. The firing room has been designated as the primary firing room for all of the remaining shuttle launches, and firing room 4 will also be used to manage daily operations in the orbiter processing facilities, where we are currently processing the Space Shuttle Atlantis for a flight at the end of next month, and then processing also Endeavour for its launch, first launch next year. The firing room has been undergoing several renovations over the past several years, and it now includes sound suppressing walls and floors, new humidity control, fire suppression systems, and new consoles. Also, we have a number of additional computer stations for the 200 plus people that actually work in this facility now. Our actual call to stations for the mission management team will be coming up here momentarily. However, many of them have already arrived and are at their consoles monitoring the systems and monitoring activities as we continue to progress toward our launch activities. So everything is going as scheduled. The final inspection team is departing the pad. The astronauts are making their preparations to begin their shooting activities, and we fully expect to see live TV of that coming up in about the next half hour or so. Again, no technical issues are being addressed. By the launch team. Even though we have some clouds in the area, they are currently would not be a constraint if we were to launch right now, and the forecast remains equally favorable. We will be watching that over the next several hours. But so far, everything looks very good for a launch of Space Shuttle Discovery on this Independence Day. This, again, is our third launch attempt in the past 4 days. Our first 2 attempts were scrubbed due to a combination of lightning and thick clouds. But this will be our first launch of the shuttle in its 25-year history on the 4th of July. We have landed the orbiter once on this holiday, but we've never actually launched on this day. So for the first time, we hope to be carrying the American flag and waving it on orbit on the 4th of July on launch day, adding to the country's birthday celebration today. With about 38 minutes remaining in our scheduled built-in hold at T-minus 3 hours and holding, this is Shuttle Launch Control. This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 3 hours in holding, and we do have live TV of our astronauts in their suit-up room. That was Commander Steve Lindsey, and he's going to be the pilot on, or the commander on this mission. Here's our pilot, Mark Kelly, and he is going to be one of our uh, veterans on this flight. He's flown once before, and looking forward for his second mission in space. And Mike Fossum is also ready to fly. So we're all, as one of our mission specialists, so all the astronauts are prepared. They're suited or mostly suited or getting ready to go. Thomas Reiter, of course, is going to be spending a long time on the International Space Station. Coming around, of course, the two females that are going to be flying on board, Lisa Nowak on her first flight, mission specialist number 3. She's going to be operating the shuttle robotic arm during the first spacewalk, and perhaps enjoying some of her crossword puzzles on orbit. Stephanie Wilson, also on her first flight. Stephanie's going to be operating the shuttle and the station robotic arms, as well as Lisa during the 2 spacewalks. So all the astronauts are being assisted in their launch and entry suits by the technicians from both the Kennedy Space Center and the Johnson Space Center. The personnel are experts in understanding the details of how these suits work to protect the astronauts in the event of a problem during flight. Back live now with a picture with a TV view of our Space Shuttle Discovery sitting at launch pad 39B. Engineers and managers are making sure that all preparations continue on schedule for our liftoff at about 2:38 p.m. this afternoon. No reports of any vehicle or hardware problems being discussed at this time. So everything continues to go well and according to plan at Kennedy Space Center today. Operations at the pad with the Shuttle Discovery are proceeding smoothly, and the astronauts are preparing to walk out of their crew quarters on time in just a few minutes, and we will have live TV coverage of this event, and that will be coming up shortly. Again, the walkout time is scheduled for 10:48 a.m. Eastern Time from the Kennedy Space Center. With about 15 minutes remaining in our scheduled built-in hold at T-minus 3 hours and holding, this is Shuttle Launch Control. This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 3 hours and holding with, we're coming out of that hold at this time, T-minus 3 hours and counting. And we are standing by now for the astronauts to depart their crew quarters. That should be coming up in the next 5 minutes or so. And we'll be carrying them out to the pad. We have been given a weather update from our shuttle weather officer, and Kathy Winters indicates that there are no lightning storms within 5 miles of the pad, which is a constraint to take the astronauts out to the pad. So there are no constraints to have our astronauts leave their crew quarters and depart for the launch pad. Our forecast right now shows that our visibility is about 7 miles. There could be the potential for some showers in the area, but the temperature is going to be about 82 degrees with a humidity at 79%. So we're still maintaining a very low probability of violation of our launch commit criteria today. Clouds are going to be scattered at about 3,000 feet, but other than that, there's not a whole lot to talk about as far as the weather is concerned. We'll be monitoring the showers off and on, actually constantly as we approach the launch window, which is at 2:38 this afternoon. The only issue that we are looking at having to do with weather at all are the peak winds, which are expected to peak at around 16 knots. These are the 60-foot pad winds that we're briefing right now to the launch team. But the shuttle landing facility winds will also be of somewhat of concern, and our weather forecasters will be addressing that if it does become an issue. But right now we're continuing on schedule without any technical issues or concerns at all. Standing by for the astronauts to depart their crew quarters momentarily at T-minus 2 hours, 58 minutes and counting. This is shuttle launch control. This is NASA launch control, shuttle launch control, with our astronauts now coming out of their crew quarters up on the third floor of the operations checkout building. A number of employees working today to greet them on this 4th of July as they head out to the launch pad to board the Space Shuttle Discovery. And we'll catch up with them as they come out of the doors below. The astronauts have been awake since about 3 o'clock this morning. They had a good breakfast, had some medical checks and a photo op for us, a weather briefing, donned their flight equipment, and now we're waiting for them to come out to enter the astronaut van and be taken out to the launch pad. And here they come. Our commander, Steve Lindsey, leading the way with pilot Mark Kelly, mission specialists Mike Fossum, Lisa Nowak, Stephanie Wilson, Piers and mission specialist Thomas Reiter. This is our third launch attempt to get mission STS-121 off the ground. It's our third attempt in 4 days. This will be the first launch of the Space Shuttle on the 4th of July. And with their security escort, they are off. Again, this holiday, the 4th of July, a handful of employees out to witness this historic departure. Riding along in the astronaut van, of course, are other members of the flight crew office, security officers, as well as astronauts who will be performing weather assessment functions for our launch attempt today. Astronaut Mike Bloomfield will be piloting the shuttle training aircraft, which will be used for weather reconnaissance prior to and during our launch attempt today. Bloomfield's role is very critical. While flying the STA, he'll be making judgments concerning visibility requirements for potential emergency landing concerns at the landing facility. And again, the crew is en route to Launch Pad 39B, where orbiter Discovery and members of the closeout team await their arrival. And as the astronauts continue to make their 20-minute journey out to the launch pad, we are looking at our weather launch commit criteria. The launch team has been given yet another briefing, and everything continues to look good. Our observed weather is green on all fronts. We are not currently violating any launch constraint rules as far as the weather goes, nor are we as far as any technical issues are concerned. We're on time, getting the astronauts headed out to the pad. launch managers are beginning well, in fact, have been and are reporting into their consoles, but they are not addressing any issues of technical nature at all at this time. We're at T-minus 2 hours and 48 minutes and counting. Looking for a good launch today on our nation's birthday, the 4th of July. This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 2 hours, 44 minutes and counting, and we see the astronaut van that's stopped at the intersection of the Kennedy Parkway and Saturn V Causeway. The Saturn V Causeway, of course, will take them on out to the shuttle launch pad, and looks like Mike Bloomfield is actually getting out of the van now. And the white sedan, as it's going to be heading off in a little bit different direction toward the shuttle landing facility, where he will be performing his functions as the pilot of the shuttle training aircraft, which will be performing activities for weather reconnaissance today. Astronauts in the Astrovan are now passing by the vehicle assembly building, entering the complex 39 launch area. A tracking camera on top of the vehicle assembly building is tracking the astronauts as they head past the Launch Complex 39 press site, and the several hundred of media that have gathered to witness this historic day in space shuttle flight. Passing the turn basin where the external tank is delivered to the Kennedy Space Center. And the AB-11 roadblock, again, where the astronauts have stopped in their van to allow other support personnel to disembark, and they will be making their way to the Launch Control Center, which is just adjacent to where the van is now. This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 2 hours, 38 minutes and counting, and we're watching the astronaut van as they've made the left-hand turn toward pad 39B. All astronauts are currently on board this particular van as they are driven out to the launch pad, and then they'll begin the process for the third time on this mission, enter the vehicle. This again is our third launch attempt. The first two attempts were scrubbed due generally to poor weather at KSC. Kennedy Space Center was experiencing thick clouds and rain showers and potential for lightning over the past weekend, and it did keep us from launching on our first attempt Saturday, July the 1st, our second attempt Sunday, July the 2nd. But this being the third attempt in 4 days, a launch on July the 4th is just as good, if not better, than any of the other days. Our weather forecast today, of course, our criteria are showing that we're not violating any weather criteria, and you can tell by the camera views that we've seen all morning long that is despite the handful of clouds offshore, it's a sunny day at Kennedy Space Center. And this is a camera view from the top of the launch pad. One of the hundreds of cameras actually that we have on and around the launch pad that will be tracking the launch activities. Astronauts approaching the perimeter gate of the pad, driving parallel to the crawler way, which is the path that the shuttle itself was delivered to the launch pad just a couple of months ago. And they're now passing through the gate, and they will be climbing the ramp, which is a 5% grade, up to the top of the pad. Crossing over the crawler way. Again, at the very top of the pad, which consists which supports the mobile launcher platform, which carries the orbiter Discovery, its external tank, and twin solid rocket boosters. You can also see in the background the water tank, which is part of our sound suppression system. This tank is full of hundreds of thousands of gallons of water, which we then dump onto the pad just a few seconds before main engine ignition, which allows the incredible sounds from the roar of the engines as well as the boosters from damaging any of the thermal protection system. Okay, the van is stopped. Astronauts are beginning to climb out, carrying their helmets in their bags, and heading over toward the fixed service structures elevator, which will then lift them up to the 195-foot level of the fixed service structure, and that level is the level at which they walk out onto the orbiter access arm, into the White Room, and then on into the orbiter Discovery. And we can see now that the astronauts have actually arrived at the 195-foot level of the fixed service structure. All of them carrying the helmet bags the bags that contain their helmet and their headgear that they'll be donning once they actually get into the orbiter itself. A view of them walking across the orbiter access arm, 195 feet above the surface of the mobile launcher platform. And our view of the orbiter access arm, or excuse me, our view of the white room, as our astronauts have arrived at the 195-foot level and are beginning the process to enter the vehicle. First to enter, as is traditionally the situation, but always operationally a need to have Commander Steve Lindsey, the commander, to go in first to begin the regimen of configuring, making sure that the cockpit is configured for launch, doing initial voice checks, and of course, as the commander of this mission, he has the overall responsibility for the on-orbit execution of the mission, as well as the orbiter systems operations and flight operations. He will also be taking the helm of landing the orbiter on landing day, and he's going to be flying the shuttle during the rendezvous pitch maneuvering operations while it's actually below the space station before docking to the station, so that the crew of this station can do a photo survey of Discovery's heat shields. Commander Lindsey is a veteran of 3 space flights and a second-time commander, and again, he has overall responsibility for the mission. As I just mentioned, he'll be flying the shuttle in a procedure called the rendezvous pitch maneuver while Discovery is about 600 feet below the station before docking, to enable the ISS crew to do their photo survey of the orbiter. He will then dock Discovery to the station, and he'll also be heavily involved in the inspections of Discovery's heat shield and transferring cargo to and from the shuttle. Commander Lindsey is from Arcadia, California. Some of the things he enjoys doing in his time off is camping and mountain and bike riding. And Commander Steve Lindsey has just entered the vehicle. This is his third time doing that in 4 days, but this is the day that everybody feels very confident we're going to be able to launch. His seat is being prepared, as you can see from this camera that's located inside the crew compartment on the flight deck.
Attention on the net, all orbiter systems. Flight crew ingress is proceeding at this time. Monitor console displays. 552. OTC MPS. Go ahead, MPS. Okay, step 562, our liquid level sensor checks are complete.
Back in the white room is our mission specialist number 5, Tomas Reiter.
Liquid level sensor show wet, so that's, we referenced our IPR 121Z-0179 as a known condition. Copy 562 with the
Tomas is actually going to be sitting on the mid deck for his flight to the International Space Station. He is the International Space Station's flight engineer, or FE2, and he is actually representing the European Space Agency, or ESA, and he's going to be flying to the station aboard Discovery. He'll lead the transfer of supplies from the shuttle's cargo module to the station during the spacewalks, and he will assist with suit up prior to those spacewalks of our 2 EVA astronauts. He is conducting his second long duration space flight mission. He spent about 179 days in space in 1995 to 1996 on a mission to the Russian Mir space station, during which he conducted 2 spacewalks himself. And also worked with about 40 European scientific experiments. Reiter is the first ESA astronaut to live aboard the International Space Station for a long-term mission, and he has just entered the orbiter. He will work on the station as part of an agreement between the Russian Federal Space Agency and ESA, and he will be on the mid-deck for launch, as mentioned, and remain on the space station until STS-121 Space Shuttle can bring him back, or a Soyuz mission will bring him back. That option is yet undecided.
CMQC, I can report 592 complete. Copy.
Tomas was born in Germany, as we see him now being seated on the mid-deck, and he enjoys, among other things, fencing and playing the guitar. His presence on the space station will bring the complement of astronauts on the station to 3, and we have not seen that in over 3 years.
OTC, CGLS on 212.
Go ahead, GLS.
We got steps 528 through 534.
In the white room now is our pilot, Mark Kelly.
I copy that. You're
He is preparing for his second space shuttle flight. One of his roles on this mission will be to be responsible for systems operations and assisting in the rendezvous and docking to the space station. He will also serve as the intravehicular activity crew member, helping to suit up and choreograph spacewalkers Piers Sellers and Michael Fossum during their spacewalks. Also, he will be heavily involved with the inspections of Discovery's heat shield and transferring cargo to and from the shuttle. His role will actually include undocking Discovery from the station at the end of the mission. Again, Mark is a veteran of one space flight, and he'll assist the spacewalkers on this mission. He was born in Orange, New Jersey, and among other things, he enjoys cycling, weightlifting, and hitting the little white ball around the golf course.
CMQC OTC, just as status to you, I'm showing everything prior to 554 complete.
That's affirmative.
Back with another view of the White Room as Commander Steve, Lindsey, and Thomas Reiter have already entered the orbiter. You see Mark Kelly in the background. He's going to be next to get in, and then Stephanie Wilson, mission specialist number 3, she'll follow Mark Kelly into the vehicle.
OTC DPS. Go ahead. Okay, step 538 is complete. GMT and MET adjust. Copy 583, GMT MET adjustment complete. Ready for IMU platform positioning. CGNC OTC.
As the astronauts are waiting to get in the vehicle, they do have ventilation hoses attached to their suits to keep them dry and cooled.
CGNC OTC. 584?
We'll pick up with that per the clock.
Copy.
And shortly we should be hearing some voice checks between first the commander and then the rest of the crew as they actually get in and get their communications caps on and their helmets on. That will be coming momentarily.
Happy 4th of July. Good morning, and I copy you loud and clear. How me?
And you're loud and clear also, ready. Happy 4th of July. NTD, CDR, contact.
CDR, NTD, I have you loud and clear. Welcome aboard, Steve.
Loud and clear also. Good morning, Jeff. Houston, CDR, contact.
CDR Houston, I have you loud and clear. Good morning, Steve.
Good morning, Steve. I have you loud and clear also.
And Mark Kelly, the pilot, is entering the vehicle right now. Again, Stephanie Wilson in the background there. She's already been pretty much suited up. She's going to be making her first flight into space. And she'll be serving as the overall lead for transferring supplies from the shuttle's cargo module to the station. She'll also serve as the robotic arm operator using the space station robotic arm to install the cargo module called Leonardo onto the station, and then to hand off the boom to the shuttle arm using the orbiter boom sensor system to inspect Discovery's heat shield.
Copy. CLC on
Just
board.
before the spacewalk, she's going to assist with the suit-up of the astronauts who will be doing the spacewalk. And during the rendezvous docking and undocking operations, she'll be managing the handheld laser and the orbiter docking system. She'll be seated on the middeck for launch and on the flight deck for landing. Again, this is Stephanie's first space flight. Among other things, she enjoys stamp collecting and traveling, and she's from the great town of Boston. Meanwhile, as Stephanie Wilson waits her turn to climb to the hatch, Mike Fossum, MS or Mission Specialist number 1, is getting his suit on, ready for him to go in.
OTC CBSC 212. Copy. CBSC not performed on instrumentation today?
Right. 602 is not performed.
Thank you.
Copy 602 not performed.
Roger.
And another view from the flight deck of our pilot, Mark Kelly. He's just climbed into his seat. Once he's mostly strapped in, we'll let Stephanie Wilson make her way in. She's still in the white room. Mike Fossum was born in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, and he enjoys spending time with his family and some time fishing.
Copy. 161.
That's Mike Fossum and Piers Sellers cutting up a little bit for the camera, but of course they're extremely serious about their mission. Mike's going to be heading into the orbiter momentarily, and he'll be followed by Piers, who is having his booties taken off right now. It's protective covers of his shoes that he'll be wearing on launch. Piers is mission specialist number 4. And he's going to be riding in the middle seat of the mid-deck on the way up, and actually in the middle seat of the mid-deck on the way down as well. Piers is a veteran of one space flight. His main objective is to lead and perform 2 or 3 spacewalks as determined by the length of the mission. His designation is MS4, of course, and along with his EVA spacewalking colleague, Mike Fossum, they will be performing a number of activities, including testing the shuttle heat shield inspections and some repair techniques. He too will be assisting with the International Space Station assembly by replacing some hardware and installing some spare parts.
CGSS. I'd like to give you 593 for the OAA accumulator force charge.
Copy that. And work.
CMQC, step 603 complete. Tech by 1.
Piers is was born in the United Kingdom, and among his favorite activities is doing some sailing with his son.
CMQC, what plate to not perform 627, 628?
Copy. OTC, CMQC. Nope. Looks like we've got another line on him. 19 to 1093, IPR 197.
Thanks, Al.
OTC, PLT, contact.
Good morning, Mark. I copy you loud and clear. How me?
Good morning, Rudy. Have you loud and clear as well. NTD, PLT, com check.
PLT, this is NTD, and I have you loud and clear. Good afternoon, Mark.
Afternoon, Jeff. Got you loud and clear as well. Houston, PLT, com check.
PLT Houston, I have you loud and clear. Good morning, Mark.
Good afternoon, Steve. Have you loud and clear as well. OTC, aft, CDR and PLT ingress is complete. Request to go for the post-ingress switch reconfig per the checklist.
You got to go.
That's in work.
OTC, CGNC. Go ahead. 584 is verified. Copy, 584.
OTC post-ingress switch reconfig is complete. And OTC, did you copy post-ingress switch?
Affirm. Post-ingress switch reconfig complete.
Okay, caution warning alarm volume will now be adjusted using 99.
And OTC, OVCC. Go ahead, OVCC. Yes, sir. Can I have a channel for my NASA and a CMCC? 242 again, please. Copy that. ISL, just copy the caution warning. ISL, copy.
This is a view of the mid-deck with Tomas Reiter in the foreground and Stephanie Wilson in the far seat.
Go ahead, Gillis. Need to read step 586. Proceed. Step dual interrupt notification will be activated momentarily and may cause re-enunciation of error messages at system consoles for interrupt monitored parameters currently out of GLS limits.
And back with a view of the White Room as the three remaining astronauts to get on board, Mike Fossum, Piers Sellers, and Lisa Nowak. And it looks like Mike's getting ready to climb on board right now. Piers will follow, as will Lisa to be the last one to enter the vehicle.
OTC, OVCC. Go ahead. Yes, MS1's aboard. Copy, MS1 on board 1541.
MS1 is Mike Fossum. MS4, Piers Sellers to go in next, and MS2, Lisa Nowak. Lisa's making her first flight into space. She will be serving as the flight engineer on this mission. She's basically another set of eyes on the orbiter systems for the commander and the pilot on the flight deck during launch and landing. And as a robotic arm operator, she'll be maneuvering her spacewalking crewmates and the hardware during the 2 or 3 spacewalks using the shuttle arm.
Guten Tag, Thomas. I copy you loud and clear. How me?
Guten Tag, Rudi. Loud and clear. MS5 contact. MS5, this is NTD, and I have you loud and clear. Good morning, Tomas. Good afternoon, Jeff. Also loud and clear. Houston, MS5 contact.
MS5 Houston, I have you loud and clear. Good morning, Tomas.
Good afternoon, Steve. Also loud and clear.
So five of our 7 astronauts are on board. Actually, 6 of our 7 astronauts are now on board as Piers Sellers makes his way in. That leaves.
OVCC. Go ahead, OVCC. Yes, sir. MS4 is aboard. Copy. MS4 on board, 1543.
That leaves Lisa Nowak as the remaining crew member outside the orbiter. She'll be climbing on board shortly. Again, this is her first spacewalk, and she's going to be operating the shuttle robotic arm during the first spacewalk. This is her first space.
Good morning, Stephanie. I copy you loud and clear. How me?
I have you loud and clear also.
Again, this will be Lisa's first space flight, and she'll be assisting with the spacewalk activities. She was born in Washington, D.C., and enjoys, among other things, playing the piano and doing some crossword puzzles. So standing by for her to climb on board, and voice checks are in the process of being conducted right now by those that are already on board with their communications cap and helmets already on. So this will be a process that will continue to go on over the next 45 minutes or so as the voice checks are verified that there is good communication between the astronauts and the launch room.
MS3, this is NTD, and I have you loud and clear. Good morning, Stephanie.
I have you loud and clear also. Houston, MS3, com check.
MS3 Houston, I have you loud and clear. Good morning, Stephanie.
Have you loud and clear also. Good morning.
OTC, TNC. Go ahead, TNC. 606 verified. Copy 606.
OTC, COFC. Go ahead. Give you 579 through 582 complete.
Copy 579 through 582 complete. CDR, OTC.
CDR, go.
Disregard, sorry, sir.
This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 1 hour, 49 minutes and counting, and we see our White Room closeout crew disconnecting the cooling umbilicals from Lisa Nowak's suit, and she'll be climbing on board momentarily. And once she gets on board, she will be taking her seat on the flight deck as the flight engineer. And of course, her role is going to be very critical on this mission, as will the roles of the other astronauts who are already on board.
CFCP, OTC. And OTC, FCP. 621, please. Copy.
OTC, MS4 com check.
Good morning, Piers. I copy you loud and clear. How me?
Hey there, Rudy. Loud and clear also.
OTC, CNQC. OTC, OVCC. Go ahead, OVCC.
Yes, sir. MS2 is aboard.
Copy, MS2, 1554.
And with that, all of our astronauts are now on board Space Shuttle Discovery.
554.
Copy that, sir, and line item 16 is cleared to mission transport.
Copy.
They are still yet to be fully seated in, with Lisa being the one that's just now climbing into her seat.
MS4, this is NTD, and I have you loud and clear. Good morning, Piers.
Morning, Jeff. Loud and clear also. Houston, MS4, com check.
MS4 Houston, I read you loud and clear. Good morning, Piers.
Morning, Steve. Happy 4th of July.
CGNC, RTC. Go. 620. Verified. CDR, RTC.
CDR, go.
CDR, we have a little bit of troubleshooting we need to do on CRT number 1. Is it a good time for you now?
You bet. What do you need?
CDPS, proceed.
Okay, and CDR DPS, we saw some error messages related to the brightness of CRT1. We'd like to determine at what percentage the brightness knob is at currently, and you may have to take that to full bright to determine that, but we'd like to end up in the position it's in now. But we'd like to know percentage of where it is.
Okay. I'll turn it to full bright and then back and try to give you an indication of how far I turn the knob.
Copy.
DPS, CDR, I can determine that right now the position is in full bright.
Okay, copy. Thank you.
And you need me to dim it?
Are you comfortable with it at that level, or would you like to turn it down some?
Actually, it's fine where it is right now, but if you need me to turn it down, I'd be happy to do that.
Our preference would be just to leave it there.
Okay, I'll leave it there.
Thank you, CDR.
OTC, MS1, contact.
Good morning, Mike. I copy you loud and clear. How me?
Good morning, Rudy. Loud and clear here. NTD, MS1, contact.
MS1, this is NTD, and I have you loud and clear. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning, Jeff. Loud and clear. Houston, MS1, com check.
MS1 Houston, I read you loud and clear. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning, Steve. Loud and clear here. It's a great day to fly.
OTC, the mid-deck camera's gone out.
Yes, sir, we're securing it.
Copy that. Attention to the net all orbiter systems. Verify all systems ready for crew module closeout. Report only if you have an exception. OTC, OVCC. Go ahead, OVCC.
Yes, sir. As you can see, we've terminated our step-in cameras. We're removing it now.
Copy. I see both cameras are down now. And did you need a QC up on the channel for buying all the removals?
He's just about to report on that channel. He's been working the log as the items come out.
Copy. And when you're all done, I'd appreciate the T and the N on this channel.
Copy that. It'll be AST-107. NASA is 26 November.
AST-107 and 26 November. For step 625.
OTC, MS2, contact.
Good afternoon, Lisa. Weather's looking good. Welcome aboard. You sound good to me, and how are you picking me up?
Loud and clear, already glad to be here.
OTC, CGLS on 2 and 2.
Go ahead, GLS.
Step 716, GLS initialization is complete.
Copy 716.
NTD, MS2, com check.
MS2, this is NTD, and I have you loud and clear. Good afternoon, Lisa.
Me, Jeff. Houston, MS2, com check.
MS2 Houston, I read you loud and clear. Good morning, Lisa.
Morning, Steve. Nice to be here.
OTCF. Go ahead, Ash.
So they're ready for Astrocom and air-to-ground checks.
Thank you, sir. CDR, OTC.
Go for CDR.
Can you verify that each member of the flight crew is ready to proceed with LCC Astrocom checks?
Verified, we're ready.
Attention on that, all orbiter systems. Any conversation on OIS 212 during Astrocom checks will be heard by the crew. Channels should remain silent except for emergency calls. And flight crew, during the Astrocom checks, adjust appropriate volume control for comfort. Do not change audio panel switch configurations.
Discovery copies.
Discovery OTC, air-to-ground 1. How do you copy?
CDR loud and clear. PLT. MS1.
MS2. MS3.
MS4. MS5.
OTC, air-to-ground 2. How do you copy?
CDR loud and clear. PLT. MS1.
MS2. MS3.
MS4. MS5.
OTC, ICOM A, how do you copy?
Tower loud and clear. PLT. MS1.
MS2. MS3.
MS4. MS5.
Copy all loud and clear, going to ICOM B. Discovery, OTC, ICOM B, how do you copy?
CDR loud and clear. PLT. MS1.
MS2. MS3.
MS4. MS5.
I copy all loud and clear, ICOM B, going to UHF.
Hey, everybody back.
Discovery, OTC, on air-to-air, how do you copy?
CDR loud and clear. PLT. MS1.
MS2. MS3.
MS4. MS5.
Discovery, OTC, copy all loud and clear, air-to-air, returning air-to-ground 1 at this time. Astrocom checks are complete. All personnel stand by for air-to-ground checks.
Discovery Houston, CDR, and PLT configure for the air-to-ground 1 comm check.
Copy and work. And Houston, CDR, configure for air-to-ground 1 voice check.
Discovery Houston for the CDR and PLT, comm check on air-to-ground 1.
CDR loud and clear. PLT loud and clear.
We read you loud and clear also. Configure for air-to-ground 2.
Copy and work. And Houston, we're configured.
Discovery Houston for the entire crew, how do you hear?
CDR loud and clear. PLT. MS1.
MS2. MS3.
MS4. MS5.
Discovery Houston, we read you all loud and clear. This completes the air-to-ground voice checks.
OTCF.
ASP OTC.
Sir, all 9 flight items are about to be removed from the crew module. We're ready to terminate comm from the aft and OTC.
Stand by, just one.
Stand by.
ASP OTC, we're going to be doing a little bit more troubleshooting on the CRT with the CDR, but your services will not be required in support of that. You are released from the crew module. And OVCC, I'd like to give you 665 to egress the crew module, verify ready for hatch closure.
Copy that. We're almost there.
Copy.
And CDR OTC.
CDR, go.
If you're ready, we have a little bit more troubleshooting on the CRT-1.
And I'm ready.
And CDR DPS.
Go ahead.
Okay. What we're going to do is we would like you on CRT-1. We're going to take the brightness knob and turn it down less than a quarter turn, but where you see the brightness begin to change. And the reason we're doing this is this CRT seems to be vulnerable to the ambient lighting and are being turned up at full bright. We're trying to prevent from seeing this getting an LCC hit just for this reason per the user note.
down, say around a quarter turn until it just starts getting a little dimmer, and then leave it there.
That's affirmed, yeah. No more than a quarter turn.
Okay, putting that in work now.
And OTC, OVCC, go. Yes, sir, I can give you 665. We are ready to close the hatch. Do I have a go? Stand by.
Okay, DPS CDR, I've turned it down about a quarter turn. It's a little bit dimmer, but still readable. Is that okay for you?
Yes, as long as that's comfortable for you.
That looks good.
Copy, thank you.
CMQC 668 verified. Copy 668. In OTC FCP. Go. Yeah, 622 fuel cell purge complete. Copy. OVCC, go for hatch closure. Copy that, sir. In work.
And DPS CDR with a question.
Go ahead.
Would it be better? Do you want us to dim all of these, or is where we are okay?
No, we can leave them where they're at. It's just this particular one we saw the errors on. Seems to be a little susceptible to these user notes.
TVD OTC.
Okay, copy that.
What's TVD?
Where are your vent doors? 1 and 2.
Yeah, we're in normal purge. You ready to open them?
Affirm. PLS OTC 699 will be opening vent doors momentarily. 700 verified.
And OTC CPLS, we're ready for the vent doors.
Copy.
This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 1 hour, 20 minutes, and counting. And as we just heard, we do have a go to close the crew hatch. The astronauts are all on board and seated, and their air-to-ground voice checks have been completed, and no problems are being reported with those voice checks. Again, everything continues to go very well with the technical operations to prepare the launch of Discovery on this next mission, STS-121, to the International Space Station. The closeout crew leader is, again, preparing to finalize operations to close the hatch. That's going on right now. And once the hatch is closed and sealed for flight, the astronauts will be directed to start standard crew cabin leak checks to verify that the seal is indeed tight. Once sealed, the commander will oversee the pressurization of the cabin to flight pressures. Over the next few minutes, the pre-flight calibrations of the inertial measurement units will be completed. This was a calibration process that started back at the T-minus 5 hour mark. The IMU system controls the guidance and navigation of the shuttle during ascent and while on orbit. The system basically tells the orbiter where it is in space in relationship to the Earth. Each of the orbiter's 3 IMUs contain 2 accelerometers, which sense the movement of the shuttle, as well as gyroscopes, which provide attitude and velocity information. While in orbit, the IMUs will be realigned several times using the orbiter's star trackers to find the exact position it is in space. The astronauts can select from about 50 different stars in their navigational catalog to align the instruments. Meanwhile, at the shuttle landing facility, which is located about 5 miles west of the pad, the convoy that would support the shuttle should it have to make an emergency return to Kennedy Space Center is on site and ready to support. Also, at the shuttle landing facility, we're using that as our staging point for astronaut Mike Bloomfield as he flies weather reconnaissance in the shuttle training aircraft. Again, everything now is proceeding in the count on time and as planned. Launch of Discovery is expected to occur on time at 2:38 p.m. Eastern Time. At T-minus 1 hour, 17 minutes, 55 seconds, and counting, this is Shuttle Launch Control.
CGN CRTC.
Go ahead.
Yeah, is the at-test still in work or pre-flight alignment? We're going to get a momentary downlift loss momentarily. I'm looking at step 685.
That's no problem.
Copy. $685 is verified.
Use copy.
OTC, OVCC.
Go ahead, OVCC.
Yes, sir. Our hatch is locked and latched. Continuity is complete. Seal leak check is complete. And we're proceeding with our carrier panel installation.
Copy, closed and latched for flight, 709. ECL?
This ECL.
Copy, 709. They're
Yeah,
closed and latched.
copy.
CDR and ECL, this OTC 212.
CDR, go.
Stand by to perform cabin leak check. The master alarm and light will come on as a function of the high cabin pressure. CDR should notify CECL of a cabin pressure master alarm. The cabin klaxon master alarm will also sound due to high cabin decay rates during cap installation. You've got to go to reset the master alarm. At this time, I'd like you to perform a cabin leak check per your checklist.
Copy, in work. OTC CDR cabin leak check steps complete.
ECL, can you verify 712?
Yes, verified.
You got to go at 713.
Copy.
After an ascent. CMQ COTC. Go ahead. You should take a look at 825 for your Part C. Let me know when you can verify that. That's Operation 251 Part C. That's
TCECL 212.
Go ahead, ECL.
I'd like to have CDR. CDR on panel 01.
Go ahead for 01.
We'd like a cabin pressure reading.
Okay, we're showing 15 even.
Copy, thank you.
OTC, CGNC. Go ahead, GNC. Step 715, gyro compass is complete. Copy that, sir. Thank you.
TC.
Go ahead, sir.
Line item 19 has been removed from the constraints list.
Copy. I believe this was just one, right?
That's firm.
TC, ECL 212.
Go ahead, ECL.
Okay, just want to let the crew know we're getting ready to pressurize now.
CDR's copy.
Copy. Copy. And for CDR, Astronaut at this time just punched off.
ECL copies.
This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 60 minutes and counting, getting ready to pass the 60-minute mark. And we are at T-minus 60 minutes and counting. And it's been fairly quiet here in the firing room number 4 of the Launch Control Center at Kennedy Space Center today. Everything continues to go well and is planned with our countdown for launch of Discovery on Space Shuttle mission STS-121. At this time, all 7 crew members are on board Discovery in their assigned seats. They have conducted their communications checks, and their standard cabin pre-flight checks are indicating everything is fine as well. The pre-flight alignment of the inertial measurement units is beginning. This is scheduled to be completed during the T-minus 20-minute hold. There are 2 holds remaining in our count today, one at the T-minus 20-minute point, which will be a 10-minute hold, and then again at T-minus 9 minutes, which will be a hold that extends for about 45 minutes, which brings us to a launch time at 2:38 p.m. from Kennedy Space Center. Our shuttle weather officer has been diligently looking at the radar and the satellite photos of any particular concerns. Right now, we are currently observed go, and the concerns are for the showers that are currently offshore that are drifting toward us, but we anticipate that they will be dissipating as they get closer to us. There are also some very light showers within 20 miles of the shuttle landing facility, but they are also dissipating, and we are observed to go at this time from the landing forecast as well. Speaking of the shuttle landing facility and its weather, the overall trend looks very favorable. Today's launch represents the 32nd flight of Discovery. It'll be the 115th shuttle flight in NASA's Space Shuttle program. The mission is scheduled to last about 12 or 13 days, ending with a landing back here at Kennedy Space Center on July the 16th at about 8:52 a.m. If we get the extension day, the landing would be on July the 17th. Again, no technical issues to discuss. The weather looks like it's going to be fine. We will continue to monitor it as we continue with our countdown activities. At T-minus 57 minutes and counting, this is Shuttle Launch Control.
CMQC 16740 is complete.
Copy, 16740.
CCME OTC. CCME OTC.
CCME.
give you 742. They're doing the no EIU hard lines bypass.
Copy. Going to channel 128.
CGLS OTC.
CGLS.
794 by the clock.
We copy.
And we're looking at a live picture of our shuttle training aircraft as it's actually rolling down the runway of the shuttle landing facility, getting ready to take off, and we have rotation, the wheels up. The shuttle training aircraft piloted by Mike Bloomfield will remain airborne for the duration of this countdown. The role of the shuttle training aircraft, of course, is to assess not only the weather in the general area, but also to look at any potential concerns if there are crosswind constraint issues. We are aware that there are some crosswinds at the shuttle landing facility right now that I'm sure Astronaut Bloomfield will be looking at very closely in coordination with the Spaceflight Meteorology Group in Houston. So that will be a topic of discussion on our flight loops as we approach the opening of our window. Again, everything does remain on time and scheduled for launch at 2:38 p.m. We're at T-minus 52 minutes and counting, and everything is going quite well. Technically, no issues with the vehicle are being discussed or addressed. It's a very clean vehicle. We've had very little problems with it during this flow. All 7 astronauts are on board. The closeout crew in the white room is putting the final touches on getting the hatch closed, and they should be having that complete in the next few minutes. And then we will do some leak checks on the vehicle, and the white room team will be told to leave the pad in the next little while. So everything is on schedule. Space Shuttle Discovery sitting at Launch Pad 39B at Kennedy Space Center on a hot, sunny 4th of July day. At T-minus 51 minutes and counting, this is Shuttle Launch Control.
Success. give you 806 at this time.
Copy.
OTC, CMQC.
Go.
I can give you 16,825.
Thank you, sir.
OTC DPS?
Go ahead, DPS.
Okay, I can give you step 821, DPS launch countdown sequence activation, and that was steps 807 through 820 complete.
Copy 807 through 820 and 821. Thank you.
DC, CL212.
Go ahead, ECL.
Okay, step 801, our crew module pressurization initial cabin leak check is complete. Ready for cabin vent redundancy.
Copy that. Stand by. CDR, OTC.
Go for CDR.
Perform cabin vent redundancy configuration per your checklist.
Copy and work.
OTC, CGLS on 212.
Go.
Steps 795 through 800 are complete. GLS mainline activation is complete.
Copy.
OTC, CDR, cabin vent redundancy config. Steps are complete.
803 to 805 complete. ECL.
Yeah, I copied.
Looking for 824 ECL.
I copy.
OVCC, OTC.
Go ahead, sir.
Understand you're ready to close out the white room.
Well, we're getting our harnesses on. Yes, we're going to start breaking down the white room with your concurrence.
You got to go at 8:40 to pick up with Operation 267 for white room closeout.
Copy that. Thank you, sir.
And OVCC, OTC.
Go ahead, sir.
Did you verify the ECS air damper open and the orbiter ECS air damper closed?
In work at this moment.
Copy.
And OTC, OVCC.
Go.
Yes, sir. Dampeners are configured.
Thank you. Completes 8:40 all steps.
This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 40 minutes and counting in our countdown activities today. Just a little bit ago, our NASA Test Director, Jeff Spaulding, was informed that the Eastern Range had completed its command tests and a Shuttle Range Safety Systems closed-loop test was being performed. This is simply a verification of the paths that the signals would travel to the range safety ordnance located on the solid rocket boosters at the top and the bottoms of the external tank as well. Commander Steve Lindsey is preparing for the scheduled cabin vent tests, and activation of the S-band communication system to the high power mode has been completed, and all systems are reporting no problems. The ground launch sequencer mainline computer program has been activated and is now processing pertinent data. This program monitors all key commands and systems prior to assuming control of the countdown at the T-minus 9-minute mark. Here in the Launch Control Center, firing room 4, and at the launch pad, the launch team continues to perform its procedures, each of which is necessary for our successful liftoff at 2:38 p.m. Occurring right now, the White Room closeout operations are being concluded, and the final crew module pressurization and leak checks again will be performed shortly.
I understand.
Again, everything continues and remains on schedule here at Kennedy Space Center as we count down to launch Discovery at 2:38 p.m. on this July 4th holiday. Our launch window has been recently updated. The exact time of launch that we are targeting at this point is at 2:37 and 55 seconds. The entire window extends from 2:34 and 26 seconds to 2:41 and 39 seconds, and we will be targeting the middle portion of that window. Again, our preferred launch time is exactly at 2:37 and 55 seconds. At T-minus 38 minutes and counting, this is Shuttle Launch Control.
ATC, CL212.
Go.
Give you step 824 now.
Thank you. And ECL 826?
Yeah, we have negative 0.003.
Negative 0.003.
That's affirmative.
QC copy. And you're ready at 827?
We're ready for 827.
CDR OTC.
CDR, go.
Perform cabin vent valve per your checklist.
Copy, cabin vent steps per my checklist.
Firm. HCD OTC. HCD copies 827? Yes.
At OTC clocks in about 10 seconds ago.
OVCC. Go.
Yes, sir. 267-59er, side hatch, cabin, environmental chamber, closeout. Complete. My guys are unhooking right now, and we're out of here.
Stand by 1. And OVCC, OTC, per 892, perform clearing of closeout crew, position elevators at pad surface, verify that you push the rescue button, and depress the stop button with them fully open, and remove all elevator else's, and you go to egress.
Copy that, in work.
891, 892 complete.
Copy. And OTC, OVCC.
Go.
Yes, sir. I'm going off the net this time.
Got him on. You got your 707 up? Direct 7?
That's affirmed.
Copy. Contact you there if we need anything. Good day.
Copy that. Thank you.
And CDR has been kind of busy. I didn't copy 830 that your cabin vent was open.
Yeah, those steps are complete.
Thank you, sir. I must have missed that. ECL 833.
Yeah, we copied that.
HCD, I take it 834, 835 are not performed? That is affirmed. And 836. Take the not performed 836.
Copy.
CDR OTC.
CDR, go.
Perform pass BFS transfer prep.
Copy and work. OTC CDR pass BFS transfer prep steps complete.
Copy that. 841 through 845 are complete at this time.
Good
and
copy.
CDR OTC.
Yep.
Perform OHMS GN2 press for your checklist.
Copy and work.
TLT OTC.
TLT, go.
Perform water spray boiler GN2 supply activation.
And work. OTC CDR OHMS GN2 press steps complete.
Copy. 852 through 854 complete.
And OTC PLT water spray boiler GN2 supply activation is complete as well.
OTC copy. 856 through 858 complete. EPD OTC. EPD. It's a little bit early. Can you do 865? I'll go ahead and put that in work. Thank you. $861's verified.
Copy.
This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 31 minutes and counting. And as we just saw photos of the White Room closeout crew, they are leaving the pad at this time. Once they are down on the surface of the pad structure, they will be driven off of the premises of the firing room and outside the blast danger area, be taken out to the A11 roadblock, which is located about 3.5 miles or 4 miles from the shuttle Discovery at Launch Pad 39B. Also at this time, the post-launch inspection and safing teams are being assembled at that very same roadblock. At this time in the count, the orbital maneuvering system gaseous nitrogen tanks are being pressurized. Gaseous nitrogen is used to operate the valves in the reaction control system to permit hypergolic propellants to flow into the orbital maneuvering system's engines. And it's these small thruster engines that are used during orbit to maneuver and steer the shuttle once it's in space. Also, the shuttle landing facility's navigation aid systems are being verified. Pre-flight checks of the orbiter's master events controller is complete. This is a software package that relays commands from the orbiter's computers to fire charges that are connected to the solid rocket booster hold-down bolts at launch time. It also controls the separations of the boosters from the external tank during ascent. And so with the closeout team now just minutes away from departing the pad, the hatch on the orbiter has in fact been closed and locked into place. Meanwhile, everything with the weather continues as we have reported before. There are currently no observed constraints. We are looking closely at any showers that may be drifting over us from offshore. But at this time, the showers that are offshore as they drift closer to shore are dissipating quickly and are currently not expected to pose a problem for us. Therefore, our weather forecast remains good. As the closeout crew clears the launch pad in the next few minutes, Commander Steve Lindsey will begin performing additional voice checks, and he will be updating his altimeter settings in the cockpit. These settings are necessary in the unlikely event of a return to launch site abort landing here at Kennedy Space Center. Everything continues to run smoothly and on schedule. Our next milestone in the count will be the standard built-in hold at the T-minus 20-minute mark. That's coming up in about 7.5 minutes. This hold at T-minus 20 will last for 10 minutes. At T-minus 27 minutes and counting, this is shuttle launch control.
Attention on the net, all orbiter systems. Orbiter systems verify software programs, report only if any discrepancies. GLS OTC.
CGLS 1212.
You have the then option on software, correct?
Sorry, say that again?
928, then EDO, not EDO.
That's affirmed, not EDO.
DVD, see?
What's DVD?
You got to go at 895 to configure the vent doors back to normal purge.
Copy that.
OTC, CGLS.
Go ahead.
Step 872, GLS limit change until notification for BRS is complete.
Copy 872. EPD OTC. EPD. Still looking for 870 that you're complete?
We're still in review.
ECL OTC.
Go ahead.
Are we close to being finished with?
Yeah, we're almost done here.
Yeah, if I don't do it in the next 2 minutes, we're going to have to pick up and give the net to Houston for simul checks.
Well, it's toggling right around the bit. We can go ahead and go for it now.
Copy 883.
Yes, and for the next step, we have 14.76.
884 and CDR OTC.
CDR, go.
Report cabin pressurization per your checklist.
Copy and work.
OTC, TVD.
Go.
I can give you 896 and 897.
Copy 896 and 897.
And OTC CDR for cabin press on CRT3, we're showing 14.8, and on the overhead we're showing 15 even.
Copy 14.8 and 15.0 and 16-8085, CMTC. Copy.
And OTC CDR to report cabin press steps complete.
OTC copy. And CDR OTC.
CDR, go.
Yeah, we're hearing from Houston they'd like to pick up with simul air-to-ground voice checks at this time, so stand by for that.
And we're ready.
CMQC 875.
OTC, CPD.
Go ahead, EPD.
Yes, LMAC pre-flight by evaluation complete. LMAC Dayers, that's steps 866 through 870 complete.
Copy, complete through 870.
Discovery Houston for the entire crew, comm check.
CDR loud and clear. ELT. MS1.
MS2. MS3.
MS4. MS5.
Discovery Houston, we have you all loud and clear. This will be updates to the ascent checklist. Your first update is on page 1-10.
And Houston ready to copy on 1-10.
Discovery Houston, your new KSC altimeter is 30.10.
30.10, copy.
That's a good readback. Your next update is on page 2-4.
And we're ready to copy on 2-4.
Discovery on 2-4, these will be your updated abort mode boundaries, starting with press to ATO 11.3, single engine ops 3, 12.3, press to MECO 15.8, and single engine press 17.9.
Okay, we have press to ATO of 11.3, single engine ops 3 of 12.3, press to MECO 15.8, and single engine press 17.9.
Discovery, that's all a good readback. Next update is on the top of page 2-5, starting with the throttle bucket updates.
And ready to copy.
And Discovery for throttle bucket updates, you will be throttled down into the bucket at 0.67 Mach. and throttle back up to 104 at 1.36 Mach.
This is Shuttle Launch Control, and we are at T-minus 20 minutes and holding. This is a 10-minute scheduled built-in hold. During this time, NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding will ask members of the test team to verify that the correct computer software has been loaded into the computers for the remainder of the count. And also during this hold, we will verify that the pre-flight initial measurement unit alignment has been complete. The landing and recovery director will now be asking if the shuttle landing site is ready and configured for launch, and also a readiness check of the transatlantic oceanic contingency sites will be made. A final check to see if the booster recovery ships is now ready, and they are reporting that they are on station in the Atlantic as well. Again, this hold will last for about another 9 minutes, 15 seconds. This is a standard built-in hold. We'll be receiving a number of additional weather briefings right now. Our weather forecast remains very good. There is a slight chance of some showers in the area, but the temperatures are going to be at 82 degrees. We're looking at some scattered clouds around 3,000 feet. We are discussing the wind issue at the shuttle landing facility. Right now we're looking at possible peaking winds up to about 16 knots. So this is all being discussed. Right now everything is go. It looks like the trend is in our favor, and we're planning for a good launch today. With about 8.5 minutes remaining in our scheduled built-in hold, we are at T-minus 20 minutes and holding. This is Shuttle Launch Control.
At the bottom for OMS assist.
And ready to copy.
And Discovery on page 2-7 at the bottom, your new post-OMS assist number. Percent ohms per side is 7.3, and dump time is 2:29.
Okay, copy at the bottom of 2-7. Ohms per side will be 7.3. Dump time 2:29.
That's a good readback. Next update is all the way near the back, page 8-7 for the Block 1 trajectory message.
And Houston, we're ready to copy on 8-7.
Discovery 8-7, bottom left-hand corner for max rates. Your max rates in first stage, roll 2 degrees per second at 70 seconds. Pitch 1 degree per second at 60 seconds. Yaw is less than 1 degree per second. And your trajectory lofting in second stage is none.
Okay, on 8-7, roll of 2 degrees per second at 70 seconds, pitch of 1 degree per second at 60 seconds, yaw of less than 1 degree per second, trajectory lofting in second stage is none.
That's a good readback, Discovery, and that completes the ascent checklist updates.
CDR-TC.
Copy all, thanks.
CDR-TC.
Set for CDR?
Yes, sir, it's OTC. Close cabin vent valves per your checklist.
Copy and work. OTC CDR closed vent valve steps complete.
OTC copies. ECL verify A89.
It's verified.
FCO NTD for ComCheck.
NTD, FCO 212, read you loud and clear. How many?
I read you the same, thank you. CHED, CGSS, and JBFX verify active on 212 and monitor 232 for remainder of count. CHED?
HED verified.
CHED?
HED verified.
Copy. CGSS?
CGSS verified.
And JBFX?
JBFX verified.
Copy all.
A90 complete.
OTC, CGNC.
Oh.
Step 962, DEU2 RSIS has been returned to C12.
DPS copy.
DPS copy.
JRPS OTC.
That's JRPS.
905.
905 is complete.
NTD Eastern Flight.
Go flight.
I can give you step 877. Our SIMO air-to-ground voice checks and ascent crew data update are complete.
Copy, thank you.
CGSS OTC 969.
Security console entity on 212.
CGSS copy, go for 969 HCU pump. CGSS OTC.
CGSS.
Copy 969, your start your second HCU pump.
A repeat, please. You're walked on.
969, start second HCU pump.
Copy that, sir. Complete.
Safety console entity on 212. Safety entity.
Safety.
Step 874, we verified that over on 232 with security.
Okay. Copy 874. Come on 1 second. Let me get to the step.
All right, give me a minute here. I'm going to do the 2920 briefing. And attention all personnel, this is the entity conducting the T-minus 20-minute briefing. Our launch window open time today is at 18:34:26, and our launch window closes at 18:41:39. And that gives us 5 minutes of lock stand back hold time for the window open time, and that is based on performance. All of our launch window and lock stand back hold times and the preferred selection times will be announced during the T-minus 9-minute hold. There are no launch window cutouts or COLAs today. PLT, at T-minus 5 minutes, perform APU start upon command of OTC only.
PLT copies.
And CDR, our pad egress system is nominal, and our evac helipad is 9. Firing and launch team, after T-minus 20 minutes, all problems or trends requiring a countdown clock hold will be reported to the NTD on 212 together with a recommendation. For any manual holds after T-minus 5 minutes, the countdown clock will continue until T-minus 31 seconds unless a recommendation to hold at the next milestone is necessary. After T-minus 31, only cutoff is available and will result in a recycle to T-minus 20. For a cutoff, the pro words CGLS give cutoff will be used. Our GLS milestones are as listed, and that concludes the T-minus 20-minute briefing.
NTD safety 212.
Go safety.
1005.
950, 951 not performed.
STM NTD, step 1006, we can terminate video tracking and recording. And STM also 1007 to deactivate pad OISD. Give me a copy. STM copies. And for all personnel, our countdown clock will resume from 20 and 55 seconds. And all console operators discontinue all LDB commands and reads during pass ops transition. SRO NTD, our KSC area is clear for launch at this time.
Sure, copies all. Thank you, sir.
This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 20 minutes and holding with about 20 seconds remaining in our hold. about to come out of this hold, and Discovery's onboard computers will then transition into the terminal phase of the countdown configuration. And following this, the launch team will check the computer memory of the 5 primary computers on Discovery to make sure the programs are properly stored.
2, 1, mark.
And we're at T-minus 20 minutes and counting. From this point until the T-minus 31 second mark, any of the scores of console operators in the firing room may ask that the count be held if a problem is detected. Also, a purge of the 3 onboard cryogenic fuel cells will be underway soon. The data processing system engineer is confirming that the onboard computers are in the process of making the transition to the terminal countdown configuration, and this is about a 7-minute operation. We have one more remaining hold in this count. That comes at T-minus 9 minutes. That hold will extend for about 45 minutes.
OTC DPS, pass op transition complete. DPS ready for BFS transition to Ops 101.
Copy 974. CDR OTC.
CDR, go.
Clear the path Fossum Spec 99 Pro and take BFS to Ops 1 per your checklist.
Copy and work.
T-minus 18 minutes and counting.
NTD STM. Go STM. We can give you 1019. Okay.
OTC CDR Ops 1 load and BFS to Ops 1 steps are all complete.
Copy that. 976 or 979 complete. TLT OTC.
TLT, go.
Perform horizontal sit config per your checklist.
TLT and work.
CDR OTC.
CDR, go.
Config contingency abort yaw.
Copy and work.
We are now at T-minus 16 minutes and counting. And we heard the pilot of the Discovery.
Contingency abort yaw, stairs complete.
The pilot, Mark Kelly, is now configuring the horizontal situation displays on his side of the flight deck for launch. He is also performing the main propulsion system helium reconfiguration. This will allow the helium isolation valves to that will permit in-flight purges of the 3 engines, as well as provide an emergency source of pressure for pneumatic shutdown of the engines if that's required. Water levels in the water spray boilers are being checked and verified for the mission.
NTD, CVFS. Go ahead, CVFS. Ready for BFS uplink.
Copy. In Houston flight, NTD, perform the BFS pre-flight uplink loading.
NTD Houston flight will put it in work.
Copy.
OTC PLT horizontal sit config complete.
Copy that. PLT 985 and 986 complete. PLT OTC.
PLT, go ahead.
Perform MPS helium reconfig.
PLT in work. OTC PLT MPS helium reconfigs complete.
OTC copies 994 through 996 complete. EPD and FCP, OTC. 212. This is CPD. This is FCP. You got to go at 1011 for adjust fuel cell loads. CPD copy. And FCP copies. NTD Launch Director 212.
Go ahead, Launch Director.
Yes, sir. I've discussed the launch window with the flight director, and we've chosen to launch at the preferred time today, please.
Okay. We'll set that up here momentarily.
And we're coming up on T-minus 12 minutes and counting, and we are receiving verification that the contingency support operations are on board and ready to support for today's launch. Emergency aircraft and personnel are reporting in place and on station. Looking for the T-minus 20-minute dump of the orbiter's general purpose computer. That's being completed as scheduled. And all non-essential personnel have been confirmed to be clear of the launch danger area at this time. T-minus 11 minutes and counting. The countdown clock will hold in 2 minutes at the scheduled T-minus 9-minute mark. This hold will extend for about 45 minutes.
Okay, so then at all orbiter systems, discontinue all non-mandatory LDB traffic for remainder of count. 15, 10, 20.
NTD Houston flight.
Go ahead, flight.
I can give you step 992. Our BFS pre-flight uplink loads are complete.
Copy. CVFS, you copy? Copy.
T-minus 10 minutes and counting. And we're just a few seconds away from entering the last of our planned built-in holds. And we are at T-minus 9 minutes and holding. And this is a scheduled hold that will last for about 45 minutes. Everything remains on course for launch of the Space Shuttle Discovery. There are no technical issues being discussed. And our weather forecast remains very favorable. At this time, we'll go to the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas for a brief update by Public Affairs Officer Rob Navius from Mission Control.
Houston Flight NTD on 21.
This is Mission Control Houston at T-minus 9 minutes and holding. Flight controllers belonging to the Ascent team have been on console since about 6:30 this morning, monitoring Discovery systems in preparation for today's launch. The Ascent team is led by Flight Director Steve Stitch, who's presiding over his first launch, with the assistance of astronaut Steve Frick, who's the spacecraft communicator or Capcom. Frick will be talking directly to the crew during Discovery's 8.5-minute ride to orbit. He's joined on console today by astronaut Tony Antonelli, who has been monitoring weather conditions at the Kennedy Space Center. Frick and Antonelli have been in direct contact with astronaut Mike Bloomfield, who's flying the shuttle training aircraft around the vicinity of the shuttle landing strip at the Cape. Bloomfield, among other things, is assessing crosswinds, which are brisk today, but at the moment within handling capability in the event of a return to launch site abort. At the time of Discovery's launch, the International Space Station will be orbiting over the southern Pacific Ocean south of Tasmania. Discovery's launch is timed to match the moment when the Earth's rotation carries Launch Pad 39B into the corridor or plane of the station's orbit. Down the hall from the shuttle flight control room, another team of flight controllers currently on duty in the International Space Station flight control room, led by Flight Director John Curry, as they watch over the activities of the Expedition 13 crew aboard the International Space Station. Commander Pavel Vinogradov and NASA flight engineer and science officer Jeff Williams are in their 97th day in space since their launch March 30th in a Soyuz rocket from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan. This is an off-duty day for the station crew as they await the arrival of Discovery. Shuttle flight controllers here in Houston also watching weather conditions at the overseas abort sites in Spain and France, which would be used in the event of an engine failure early in Discovery's climb to orbit. Morón, Spain is considered the prime transoceanic abort site today for Discovery and its crew. Discovery's 7 crew members will go to work shortly after the shuttle's payload bay doors are open, activating systems, unstowing gear, and preparing for their first 8-hour sleep period in orbit, which is due to begin just after 8 p.m. Central Time tonight. Again, as we monitor systems and the weather down the home stretch of today's countdown, the Ascent team and Flight Director Steve Stitch set to take over control of the 32nd flight of Discovery and the 115th mission in shuttle program history at solid rocket booster ignition. At T-minus 9 minutes and holding, this is Mission Control Houston.
CMPS, OTC.
CMPS.
You got to go at 10:28 to do the depletion sensor.
Copy.
CGLS NTD. CLS. Okay, let's go ahead and set for a countdown clock resume time at T-minus 9 of 18:28:55 GMT. 18:28:55, we'll put that in. Copy.
OTC CDR.
CDR-RTC?
Yeah, with your permission, we'd like to lock our visors and some of us press up our suits at this time.
CDR, I'm sorry, but that came through a little bit distorted. Could you say again, please?
Yeah, just requesting to press up our suits.
Affirm.
Okay, copy, that's in work.
OTC MPS.
Go ahead.
Step 1055, our depletion sensor simulated command removal is complete.
Copy that, thank you. Lindsey? Go ahead. 1055. Copy.
TPC copies 1055.
CMQC, take the not perform 1054.
Copy.
OTC, CMQC? Go ahead.
Line item 20 has been removed from the constraints list.
That's the last one, right?
Negative. We still got a line item 17.
Copy, 17. CMQC NTD. Go ahead. Okay, how's our constraints look? Which items do we still have open?
All we have open right now, sir, is line item 17 on 1093.
Okay, that's IPR 196, correct?
That's affirmed, sir. And from what I understand, it's being upgraded, and then it'll be gone very soon.
Okay, I'll assume that'll happen within 38 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, just let us know when that's complete. GOIS entity.
This is GOIS, go ahead.
Okay, ready for some status on ground cameras if you have that available.
Yes, all the ground cameras are ready to support. Are you ready for the fill-ins?
Yes, I am.
Okay, long range north is 7, long range south is 8, medium range north is 5, medium range south is 6, medium range west is 6, and short range is 6.
Okay, copy all. And no other issues, right?
We are working no issues.
Terrific, thank you.
Entity SR-212.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir, I'm reporting our computer's final load is complete.
Okay, we copy. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Houston flight NTD.
NTD Houston flight.
The G1 launch target uplink, do we have to do that today?
The G1 launch target uplink and BFS target uplink are not required.
Very good.
And I have launch window close and drain back hold time updates when you're ready to copy.
All right, stand by 1 moment. Okay, and flight, I'm ready to copy.
Okay, the only updates are to the window close and drain back hold. The window close is 18:41:36, and the drain back hold is 3:54. I'll copy.
Our new window close is 18:41:36, and our new drain back hold time is 3 minutes 54 seconds.
Good copy, Jeff.
All right, and let's see, OTC, TBC, PTC, LPS, MILA, STM, Safety Console, SPE, LRD, SRO, CDR, and CGLS. Just to give you an update here, our window close time has changed slightly, 3 seconds to the left. The new time is 18:41:36. Okay, copy. And our new performance for our LOX drain back is 3 minutes and 54 seconds. All other times are as indicated previously.
TBC copies. Safety copies. PTC copies. STM copies.
MILA copy.
LRD copies.
SRO copies.
CDR copy.
LPS copy. And with that, our window length does change to 3 minutes and 41 seconds, which is still our limiter for all.
This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 9 minutes and holding with about 33.5 minutes remaining in our scheduled built-in hold. We have a number of polls that are yet to be done. We have a mission management team chairman, John Shannon poll, and John Shannon will conduct a poll of the members of his mission management team for their readiness to proceed with the count. We also have another poll that will be conducted by Jeff Spalding, our NASA test director. And we have a final poll that will be conducted by Mike Leinbach, our launch director. When the count resumes, the ground launch sequencer will be in control of all the critical operations, and the master computer program will issue all of the commands necessary to perform the final critical tasks required to put the vehicle into final launch configuration. The ground launch sequencer monitors about 1,000 different critical orbiter functions during the final 9 minutes of the count, making certain that they don't fall out of limits. And there's been some discussion amongst the launch team members that there's a possibility that we could come out of the hold at T-minus 9 minutes, carry it all the way down to the T-minus 31 second mark, and possibly hold again there for as much as a minute. The reason for doing that would be the liquid oxygen inlet temperatures may be a little bit warmer than desired, and to hold there we will allow the drain back activities to cool the temperatures, and then we will resume. So be prepared. There may be an additional hold at T-minus 31 seconds for a short period of time. That's not a done deal yet. We'll be monitoring the liquid oxygen inlet temperature sensors from here on out through the remainder of the count, but there is a possibility of having another unscheduled hold at T-minus 31 seconds. Again, this will be something that we'll be addressing in real time So it's something that could occur. Right now, everything is on schedule for launch at 2:38 p.m., T-minus 9 minutes and holding, with about 31.5 minutes remaining in our scheduled built-in hold. This is Shuttle Launch Control.
And GD, this is CPOP, on to call.
Go ahead, CPOP.
Okay, just going to go ahead and summarize. We've been talking on channel 161, our LOX inlet temps. Let's see, we've just comparing data from the 3 loadings that we've had. We're about a little bit over a half a degree on the LOX inlet temps from where we were the previous 2 launches. And our new LCC MPS 25 with a high limit of minus 281.7. We're watching the high limit on that. We were about 0.3 degrees away the first 2 drain back profiles that we did, and we've got a pre-planned in work. If we skirt that limit on the high side, all we need is a little bit of hold time at T-minus 31 seconds for the drain back profile to occur and the LOX inlet temps to come down and make their typical profile. So we've been coordinating with GLS and SDE. The plan for that, the call for the hold would come from GLS if we excurs on the high side with 2 or 3 temps exceeding the 281.7. And our pre-planned sequence for that is OMI S1003 Operation 700.
Okay, and I guess either for you or GLS, when do we think that we might go through this excursion? How close to 31 are we going to be?
It could be pretty close to 31 seconds there, Jeff.
Okay, and GLS NTD?
This is GLS.
Okay, you all feel comfortable with what's being briefed here and that you can stop us at 31 if required?
Yeah, that'll be an automatic hold at 31.
Okay, so it is automatic. I guess that should have been my question to start with. Okay, and let's see, CPOP, how long do you think that we would have to hold at 31?
Well, look at the data. It's a little hard to compare the data that we did on Saturday and Sunday, but probably less than a minute, sir.
Okay, and once we've verified that our temperatures are back in limits, and then at that point, we'll get a go for you. Do you have anything that you need to do from your console perspective?
Okay, not from here from C3, sir.
Okay, and then GLS, what do we need to do in the back? Just some cleanup?
Yeah, we just need to do our standard cleanup.
Okay, and that should take, what, maybe 30 seconds?
Yeah, if that.
Okay, and so I guess we want to be spring-loaded here just in case is what we're saying. So we can get through the hold just from a clock perspective, and then get, once their temperatures come back in, be prepared to just pick back up once we get a go from UCPOP.
Copy that, sir.
Okay, let's see, SPE, anything to add to this, or?
Let's see, NTD, I don't have anything to add. You know, we coordinated back with CPOP, had GLS coordinating back on 161 as well. I think we've got a good plan together. The GLS folks are making sure we're coordinated back here at Integration Console. We will only stop if we violate the 2 of 3, and if we do violate the 2 of 3, we will manage it back here just like we manage any other hold. We will wait for the operator to advise us that he's ready to reset those, and as soon as GLS is cleaned up, we'll be ready to pick up the count at 31 seconds. And if Ed's prediction is correct, hopefully that will only be for less than a minute. So we're set from Integration Console.
Okay, I copy that, and I mean that sounds like a good plan on my end as well. I don't think I have any other questions. I think certainly we can implement all of this, and it sounds like everybody's comfortable with that as well. Yes, sir. Okay, and launch director entity?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm assuming that you copied, but we have a pre-plan that we're looking at if, in fact, we have this excursion in our temperatures here on the LOX inlet temps, which we're expecting with there's a strong likelihood that we will. That we'll hold at 31 seconds for about a minute or so until those temps come back in. And then at that point, we'll go through, get a verification back from CPOP and go through our normal cleanup ops, and then we'll be looking for concurrence, I guess, at that point to just continue with the clock.
Okay, copy that and understand all. Thank you.
Okay. All right, sounds good. We'll go ahead and we'll plan for it, and if in fact we need to do it, it sounds like we can work it here with this plan. Copy that, sir. I think that's all I need. Thanks. Houston flight NTD.
Stand by, NTD. NTD Houston flight.
Yes, flight, let's see, do we have any ascent data crew updates?
We have no updates at this time.
Okay, very good.
This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 9 minutes and holding with about 16 minutes 45 seconds remaining in our scheduled built-in hold. We have a number of major milestones that remain between now and launch. We have several polls that will be conducted, finishing up with the final poll by our launch director, Mike Leinbach, to come out of this hold. At T-minus 7 minutes and 20 seconds, the orbiter access arm will be retracted. And at about T-minus 5 minutes, Discovery's pilot Mark Kelly will be given the go to startup of the orbiter's 3 auxiliary power units. We heard some discussion earlier that at T-minus 31 seconds, there is an option to hold there if required to allow the liquid oxygen inlet temperatures, which are part of the main propulsion system, and they may be slightly warmer than required. So we'll allow them to cool down sufficiently. This will be done through the drain back activities of the main propulsion system. The hold could occur for about a minute or so, or perhaps less, but that would happen at T-minus 31 seconds. That is an unscheduled hold time, but we do have an opportunity to hold there just prior to going into auto sequence start. So that is an option that may be enlisted. It might not be known if we're going to actually hold there until we get right down to that point. So stand by for that. If we do hold at T-minus 31 seconds, it will be just for a minute or so. We have about 15 minutes remaining in this current hold at T-minus 9 minutes. No technical issues are being discussed that would keep us from coming out of the hold and launching this afternoon. Weather is looking very good. We have had a recent report from the flight directors in Houston that the return to launch site abort weather, the constraints there have been lifted, and we are meeting, we have met all the constraints, and there are no hurdles yet to clear. So we have a go on all fronts from the weather for launch weather and landing weather. Standing by for coming out of the hold in about 14 minutes 45 seconds. At T-minus 9 minutes and holding, this is shuttle launch control. John Shannon, the mission management team chairman, has just polled the members of the mission management team, and they have all reported back that they are ready to proceed with the count. This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 9 minutes and holding, and we have 10 minutes remaining in our scheduled built-in hold. Weather forecasters have come back and they have given us a good forecast. We are observed and forecast go from a weather standpoint. No technical issues are being addressed.
Okay, go.
Yes, sir. At this time, I'd like you to clear hardware caution and memory per your checklist and verify no unexpected errors.
CLP in work. OTC PLT hardware caution and memory is cleared. No unexpected errors.
Copy that. 1045 through 1047 complete. MS1 OTC.
OTC MS1.
Activate V10 recorder.
V10 recorder is activated.
Thank you. 1063 complete.
OTC, PVD.
Go ahead, PVD.
I give you a not performed on 1057 and verify 1058, 1059, and 1060.
Copy all. CISL, JRPS, and Houston Flight perform the L-15 recorder activation. ISL? ISL copies. JRPS? JRPS copies. And Houston Flight?
Houston Flight copies. We'll put it in work.
Attention all personnel, this is the entity conducting the launch status check. Verify ready to resume count and go for launch. OTC?
Go.
TBC?
Go.
PTC?
PTC is go.
LTS?
Go.
Houston flight?
Houston flight is go.
Mila?
Mila, go.
STM?
STM is go.
Safety console?
Safety console is go.
SPE?
SP is go.
LRD?
LRD is go.
SRO?
SRO is go. You have range clear to launch.
And CDR?
CDR is go.
Copy all, and Launch Director NTD, our launch team is ready to proceed.
Copy that. Thank you, Jeff. Chief Engineer, verify no constraints to launch.
Engineering team is go, Mike.
Thank you, Charlie. KSC Safety and Mission Assurance.
KSC Safety's go.
Thank you. Payload Launch Manager.
Mike, the space station team is go.
Good. Thank you a lot, Bill. Range Weather.
Weather has no constraints for launch.
Copy, Kathy. Thank you. And Ops Manager.
Launch Director, Ops Manager, the MMT has no constraints. You're clear to launch.
Thank you, sir. Discovery Launch Director.
Discovery, go.
Okay, Steve. Looks like Discovery's Discovery is ready. The weather is beautiful. America is ready to return the space shuttle to flight. So good luck and Godspeed, Discovery.
Thank you very much, Mike, and I can't think of a better place to be here on the 4th of July on Independence Day to be getting ready to launch into space. To all the folks at Kennedy Space Center and the shuttle program, thanks a lot for working so hard in the last few days and the last year to get us ready. For all the folks on the Florida East Coast, we hope to very soon get you an up-close and personal look at the rocket's red glare.
Very nice, CDR. Appreciate those words. Good luck, guys. And NTD Launch Director, with that, you're cleared for this launch.
Copy. Thank you, sir.
T-minus 9 minutes and holding with 3 minutes remaining in our built-in hold.
And attention all personnel, our countdown clock will resume in 2 minutes, 45 seconds. Countdown clock will resume in 2 minutes.
T-minus 9 minutes and holding with 1 minute remaining in our hold.
It's 1064. Copy. Thank you. Countdown clock will resume in 45 seconds.
And we are just about 20 seconds away from resuming the countdown for the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery today. The countdown clock will start in 3, 2, 1, and we are at T-minus 9 minutes and counting. And the ground launch sequencer has been initiated. NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding is about to call for the transmittal of stored pre-launch commands as Discovery is prepared for launch on shuttle mission STS-121, less than 9 minutes away on a 12-day mission to the International Space Station.
PLT, OTC.
PLT, go.
Connect essential buses to fuel cells per your checklist.
PLT, that's in work.
Pilot Mark Kelly is now flipping switches in the cockpit to directly connect the 3 fuel cells to the essential power buses.
Copy.
Coming up on orbiter access arm retract. This is a walkway used by the crew to gain entry and access to the vehicle. It can be returned to position within seconds if necessary.
let's go for orbiter access arm retract.
Discovery on this, our Independence Day. It is time to put this nation back into space and on course for our journey to Mars. Good luck and have some fun up there.
Thank you, we will.
The orbiter access arm is being retracted at this time. T-minus 7 minutes and counting.
JRPS OTC.
JRPS.
Start APU display recorders.
Recorders are running.
TLT OTC.
PLT, go.
Perform APU pre-start.
PLT, in work.
The orbiter test conductor, Rudy Tench, has given pilot Mark Kelly the go-ahead to perform the auxiliary power unit pre-start procedures. T-minus 6 minutes and counting.
OTC, PLT, APU pre-start complete. 3 great talkbacks.
Thank you, PLT.
T-minus 5 minutes, 30 seconds and counting. T-minus 5 minutes and counting. And we have a go for APU start. The auxiliary power unit activation is being reported complete.
PLT in work.
CDR OTC.
CDR, go.
Reconfigure heaters.
Copy in work.
T-minus 4 minutes, 30 seconds and counting. The primary objective of this mission is to continue to test new equipment and procedures that increase the safety of space shuttle flights and to deliver critical supplies to the International Space Station. T-minus 4 minutes and counting, coming up on a final test of the flight control surfaces. That's now being conducted. This is a program pattern of movements designed to verify the readiness for launch of the engines and other flight control surfaces. T-minus 3 minutes and counting. Everything is looking good for launch today, hoping to add to the country's 4th of July Independence Day celebrations.
CLS is go for ET, LO2 pressurization.
PLT, OTC.
PLT, guys.
Clear caution warning memory. Verify no unexpected errors.
PLT, in work. OTC, PLT, caution warning memory cleared, no unexpected errors.
OTC, copy.
The gaseous oxygen vent hood is being retracted away from the top of the external tank at this time.
Discovery, OTC, close and lock your visors and initiate O2 flow.
Copy, on work.
T-minus 2 minutes and counting.
CLS is go for ET, LH2 pressurization.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
CLS is go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Go for main engine start. Main engine start. 2, 1. Booster ignition and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
The Discovery roll program.
Houston now controlling the flight of Discovery. The Space Shuttle begins the journey back into orbit. Discovery completes its roll. The shuttle now heads down, wings level for the 8.5-minute ride to orbit. This view from a camera on the external tank's liquid oxygen feed line showing the bird's eye view of Discovery as it races towards space, a star-spangled start to Discovery's mission. Discovery's 3 liquid fuel main engines now throttled back to 67% of rated performance, reducing the stress on the shuttle as it breaks through the sound barrier. Discovery already 3.5 miles in altitude, 1.5 miles downrange, traveling almost 750 miles an hour. Everything looking good on the bird. 57 seconds into the flight. Engines beginning to rev up. Standing by for the throttle up call from Capcom Steve Frick.
Discovery Houston, go at throttle up.
Roger, go at throttle up. Sounds UHF only.
The throttle up call acknowledged by Commander Steve Lindsey.
Discovery Houston, its expected data hits. It'll clear shortly.
Copy.
Lindsey joined on the flight deck by pilot Mark Kelly, flight engineer Lisa Nowak, and mission specialist Mike Fossum. Mission specialists Piers, Stephanie Wilson, and Thomas Reiter of the European Space Agency down on the middeck. Reiter headed for 6 months on the International Space Station. 1 minute, 47 seconds into the flight, 22 miles in altitude, 18 miles downrange, traveling 2,600 miles an hour. Standing by for solid rocket booster separation. Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
And we should have a good forward link now on S-band.
And you sound good.
Two minutes, 35 seconds into the flight, 39 miles in altitude for Discovery, 49 miles downrange, traveling 3,200 miles an hour. Discovery now flying on the singular power of its 3 liquid fuel main engines, those power plants draining a half a ton of fuel per second from the shuttle's fuel tank.
Copy, 2 engine Maroon.
That call from Capcom Steve Frick indicating should we lose a main engine, we can make our transoceanic abort target at Morón, Spain, but all 3 main engines are humming along with the auxiliary power units and the 3 power-producing fuel cells. Booster officer here in Mission Control confirms 3 good main engines, Discovery straight as an arrow, speeding toward a date with the International Space Station on Thursday. 3.5 minutes into the flight. Discovery now 53 miles in altitude, 100 miles downrange, speeding along at a clip of more than 4,000 miles an hour. Discovery nearing the point of negative return where the shuttle would be too far downrange, too high in altitude to return to the launch site in the event of an engine failure.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
4 minutes, 8 seconds into the flight, Discovery 61 miles in altitude, 150 miles downrange, 5,000 miles an hour is its speed. The Environmental Systems Officer reports a good flash evaporator system activated, providing cooling for Discovery's avionics until the time that we open the payload bay doors an hour and a half into the flight. More than halfway to orbit now at the 4 minute 39 second point into the flight. Discovery 65 miles in altitude, 200 miles downrange from the Kennedy Space Center.
Discovery Houston, no action on the left dome's tank P. It was due to the left dome's accumulator, but it's back up to a good pressure.
Yeah, we see that, Houston. Roger, no action.
That call, an instrumentation issue, no impact. Discovery in good shape, 5 minutes, 15 seconds into the flight, 255 miles downrange, traveling almost 7,000 miles an hour. Discovery soon will be rolling to a heads-up position through the swiveling of its main engines, enabling the shuttle to gain more favorable communications through the tracking and data relay satellite as it heads uphill.
Houston, press to ATO, select Istris.
Roger, press ATO, selecting Istris.
Discovery Houston, single engine, Ops 3.
Single engine, Ops 3.
Those calls indicating that we can make our minimal orbital cutoff targets in the event of a dual engine failure. Roll to heads up in the plane view of this camera on the liquid oxygen feed line. Everything looking good for Discovery. 6 minutes, 11 seconds into the flight.
Discovery Houston, single engine Istris 104.
Roger, single engine Istris 104.
That call indicating that we can make our transoceanic abort targets in the event of a dual engine failure. However, all 3 engines on Discovery continue to function normally, along with the auxiliary power units and the fuel cells. 6 minutes, 40 seconds into the flight. 2 minutes of powered flight remaining for Discovery.
Discovery Houston, press to MECO. We show a nominal shutdown plan. Your go for the plus X and go for the pitch maneuver.
Copy, press to MECO, go for the plus X, go for the pitch maneuver, and nominal MECO.
Those calls acknowledged by Steve Lindsey, Discovery's commander, indicating with Discovery now 516 miles downrange that we can make our main engine cutoff targets, all 3 engines in good shape, and that Lindsey will be given the green light to pitch up Discovery to allow umbilical well photography of the external tank after it is discarded. 7.5 minutes into the flight, Discovery's main engines soon will be throttled down to limit the stress on the shuttle and its 7 crew members to that of 3 times the effect of gravity. Discovery currently traveling at a speed of more than 4 miles a second. Discovery traveling 14,000 miles an hour, 675 miles downrange from the Kennedy Space Center, about 40 seconds of powered flight remaining. Eight minutes, 15 seconds into the flight. Everything looking good on Discovery, standing by for main engine cutoff. That will be followed a few seconds later by the separation of the external fuel tank. The booster officer reports that we have main engine cutoff, standing by for external tank separation. External tank separation confirmed. Commander Steve Lindsey now maneuvering Discovery to the correct orientation so that video and digital stills of the external tank can be captured by cameras embedded in the shuttle's umbilical well. A smooth ride to orbit for the shuttle Discovery, embarking on what is expected to be a 13-day mission. In a couple of minutes, astronauts Mike Fossum and Stephanie Wilson will begin several minutes of video documentation.
Discovery Houston, we showed a nominal MECO. OMS 1 is not required.
And copy and concur, yes.
Fossum and Stephanie Wilson will begin several minutes of video documentation and photography of the external tank that has been now discarded. Discovery will be about 1,450 feet away from the tank at that time. Fossum will record video using a PD-100 camcorder. Wilson will use a digital camera with a 400-millimeter lens. All of that will be downlinked about 3.5 hours into the flight for analysis by imagery experts, along with the imagery from Discovery's umbilical well cameras. As it turned out, patience was a virtue. The third time was the charm. Discovery now in its preliminary orbit.